Bonsoir tout le monde, j'espère que vous allez bien. Merci Mio27 pour le follow, merci beaucoup. On commence le live avec un follow, dis donc. J'espère que vous avez passé une bonne journée. Ça y est, il est l'heure d'un peu de Genshin. On va enfin terminer la quête archon ce soir. Hier, on a eu des belles petites dingueries quand même. Salut Nono, salut Vivi. J'ai très hâte en vrai, j'ai très hâte. Et là, en plus, laissez-moi vous dire que je sors d'un épisode de One Piece, il y a eu des dingueries, d'accord? Parce que vous savez très bien que quand je lance un live à 20h30, à 20h29, je suis sur un épisode de One Piece, à vrai dire. Donc, je crois que ce soir, pour moi, ça va être la soirée des dingueries, d'accord? Parce que on m'a tellement teasé cette quête Archon, on m'a tellement dit qu'il se passait des dingues, que je pense que ce soir va être une très bonne soirée. La soirée des dingueries, oui, c'est ça. J'ai fait mes quêtes quotidiennes, comme hier, bien évidemment, je me suis avancée. Je crois que mes résines, on est bon. Ouais, 33 résines, c'est très bien. J'ai tout avancé, comme ça on va pouvoir directement se lancer, étant donné que je ne sais pas combien de temps va nous prendre la suite de cette quête Archon. Je pense qu'on va y aller directement. J'espère que vous avez passé une bonne journée, tout ça, très cher chat. Allons-y. Attendez, je la remets. Voilà. Rendez-vous dans le bureau de Neuvillette. Et oui, hier on a réussi à sauver Navia, enfin du coup c'est pas vraiment nous qui l'avons sauvée, c'est plutôt Neuvillette. Mais en tout cas elle n'a pas été dissoute dans l'eau de la mer primordiale, heureusement la pauvre. Quoi d'autre? Qu'est-ce qu'on a appris? On sait... Là on voudrait choper des informations de la part de Furina quand même. On ne sait pas où est Tarta. On en est un peu là pour l'instant, continuons. Ouais, mais y a personne. Bon, de l'autre côté, c'est la nuit, mais ah si, y en a qui font des heures sup quand même à regarder les. Hein. Eunomia, Cornelia, ça fait des heures sup par ici. Hein. Et notre petite Mélusine préférée.
You're here, finally. Is something wrong? Monsieur Nouvelle and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute.
Oh non.
Please go see for yourself.
A dispute? Why are they disputing? What is happening?
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Putain, Neuvillette, il déconne pas du tout. Hein. Moi, par contre, il m'engueule comme ça, je lui dis tout ce qu'il veut savoir dans la seconde. Hein. J'ai pas du tout la résilience de... la motivation de Furina, là. Il est si poli même quand il est énervé. Mais oui, c'est ça.
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
J'ai envie d'aller ranger ma chambre, il m'a mis la pression. C'est trop ça.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
What?
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to
Oh,
start.
ah, mais elle a une double personnalité, c'est pas possible. C'est quoi ce volte-face là? Elle est trop déconcertante, Furina. Oh. Je pense qu'elle essaie de pas perdre la face,
Did
mais...
Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. Huh. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
Elle avait l'air vraiment inquiète. On aurait dit qu'elle cachait quelque chose.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the
Ouais, c'est
reason.
ça, elle panique.
Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
Peut-être que la questionner n'est pas la meilleure solution. Il faut qu'elle se rende compte de la gravité de la situation.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude.
Ah.
I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
En fait, la vraie question est de savoir, est-ce qu'elle cache quelque chose pour le bien commun, ou est-ce qu'elle cache quelque chose simplement parce qu'elle est trop effrayée, je sais pas, de l'information qu'elle a. Parce que, bien évidemment, si en fait depuis le début Furina a bel et bien les choses sous son contrôle, ça se justifie. Mais là c'est inquiétant parce qu'on a l'impression qu'elle contrôle rien et en même temps elle reste butée sur le fait de ne pas demander d'aide. Donc soit elle va nous faire une énorme dinx, soit il va bien falloir qu'elle accepte notre aide à un moment.
Oh? Like what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Ils veulent faire un procès à l'Archon. Oui, elle a l'air complètement paumée, mais d'un autre côté, elle est tellement dans ce truc de jouer la comédie et tout ça, et faire une performance de théâtre, que ça fout le doute en fait.
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do
Est-ce
what
qu'elle
we
joue
can.
extrêmement bien, ou est-ce qu'au contraire elle joue pas bien et effectivement elle est
If at
paumée?
all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Dans ce cas, nous allons avoir besoin d'aide.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Oh, je sais à qui nous pouvons demander. Une petite Mona. Quelques jours plus tard, sur un bateau dans le calme village de Poissons.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit
Les
and enjoy
jumeaux?
a leisurely time together.
Avec Fréminet, peut-être?
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Oh, bébé.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Par contre, je vous préviens que j'ai envie de revoir Ryosley et Chlorinde avant la fin de ce scénario. Hein. Sinon, je vais péter un plomb. Je les aime bien tous là, hein. Mais un petit Ryo et une petite Chlorinde...
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Ah, je l'ai appelé, excusez-moi, j'ai un petit coup de taser, tout va mieux.
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Je sais même pas pourquoi je me suis inquiétée, parce que s'il y a Navia, bien évidemment qu'il y a Chlorinde en fait.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
What does my boss say? Ah ouais, non mais Chlorinde de Villette, c'est excellent.
In
Avec
that
Ryo,
case,
le trio là est très bon.
do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
Il est trop mignon.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters. Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey.
Est-ce qu'on part à la chasse aux archons?
If we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
Un gros
For
steak.
me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
Vous êtes en train de me dire que Chlorinde et Navia ont grandi ensemble? Ok.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
Pardon, mais Tartaglia et Chlorinde s'entendraient tellement bien. Je crois que c'est pour ça que j'aime autant Chlorinde aussi. Hein. I have a type, I have a type.
So, are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
C'est exact.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Les propos de Chlorinde n'étaient simplement qu'une métaphore. Vous n'appelez pas cela une partie de chasse parce que ce n'est pas ce dont il est question. De plus, vos relations avec Furina n'en sont pas à ce stade. Vous devez simplement découvrir ses secrets. C'est un manque de respect et un sacrilège, mais c'est la seule façon d'empêcher Fontaine d'être engloutie comme le prédit la prophétie. Il n'y a pas de proie, ni de chasseur, mais il doit y avoir un piège. C'est de ça que vous aurez besoin. J'aime beaucoup parce que ça donne des petites vibes de la quête du coup de Sumeru quand vous savez on avait réuni tous nos potes là pour justement aller libérer l'archon, c'était très cool. Sauf que là la seule différence c'est qu'on essaie de piéger l'archon. Rendez-vous à la base de la Spina di Rosso là. Je suis là pour fangirler. Non mais oui, on est tous là pour fangirler. Non, ne t'inquiète pas, ne te sens pas coupable. Fangirl en paix dans le dans le chat. Hop là. Très bien, allons-y. Alors, qui est-ce qui manque, n'empêche, à notre petit rassemblement? Il manque Ryo et 6 jeux wineux, bien sûr. Mais eux, ils sont à la forteresse, ils ont aussi leur rôle à jouer. Parmi tous les persos qu'on connaît à Fontaine, qui est-ce qui... On n'a pas vu Charlotte encore. On n'a pas vu... c'est à peu près tout, non? Attendez. Après, c'est pas des personnages qu'on connaît forcément. Non, ouais, c'est tout, hein. Pour l'instant, c'est bon. On a quand même la majorité des persos de Fontaine.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
J'ai faim après toutes ces réunions.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Ça t'a donné un peu confiance, Paimon?
Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great.
Attendez, vous savez quoi, chat? Je passe vraiment 2 minutes aux toilettes, j'ai oublié de le faire avant le live. Je vous laisse là-dessus, je reviens dans 2 minutes chrono. Voilà, excusez-moi, reprenons.
After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Huh?
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
Non.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
C'est
Who's
Furina.
that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Oh, attendez.
You are familiar. You're the voice
Oui,
we
voilà,
heard
c'est
from
ça.
the sky in Sumeru.
Et du coup, cette fameuse voix, elle nous avait dit son nom? Je crois pas. C'était lié à Fontaine, mais attendez.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Qui êtes-vous? Et qu'attendez-vous de nous?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple.
Oh, voilà, c'est
on a
une
whim.
des grandes sorcières de... Je sais pas quoi, là, le couvent de... Enfin, le coven de je sais pas quoi, là. Le couvent, n'importe quoi. Donc, du coup, elle fait partie de la clique de la mère de Clee, là, donc Alice, comment dire, la mentor de Mona. C'est une des grandes sorcières, il me semble, non? Le coven de la mère de Clee est la créatrice de Albedo. Oui, voilà, exactement. Exactement. Et donc, elle, il me semblait qu'elle était related à Fontaine, mais peut-être pas, du coup. L'apprentie d'une amie. Est-ce que ce serait l'amie de l'initiatrice de Mona? La mystérieuse haine de ouais, voilà, Exen Dierkel. Permettez-moi de vous demander, est-ce que la prophétie de Fontaine va se réaliser?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Tevat so easily be changed?
Encore le destin. N'y a-t-il vraiment jamais d'exception?
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Il n'y a presque plus de thé.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Parce que ces sorcières, on en entend parler depuis quand même super longtemps. En plus, la majeure partie du temps, c'est dans des events à temps limité, donc c'est pas facile pour genre les nouveaux joueurs qui du coup n'ont plus accès à certaines quêtes de personnages ou certains events. Mais en vrai, elles sont quand même omniprésentes pas mal de fois. En particulier à Mondstadt, jusqu'ici.
The voice. It's gone.
Sorcière N. Est-ce là l'indice que vous avez laissé? Ouais, elle boit son thé en wifi en fait. Ces nouvelles inattendues ont provoqué chez vous des sentiments contradictoires. Lorsque vous vous réveillez, vous avez l'impression qu'il y a quelqu'un dehors.
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming.
Tu es devenue plus diligente, Paimon.
Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona, comment se sont passés ces derniers jours?
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support
Qui
of
n'a
her
pas
view.
voulu venir.
Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Vous savez, c'est mal, j'ai envie de refaire une multi pour tenter Charlotte, mais... Vas-y. Elle me saoule, je l'aime trop.
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
Ah, donc la sorcière N a entendu l'appel de Mona alors que ça lui était pas destiné. Arrêtez d'être le démon sur mon épaule, chat. En fait, quelqu'un est déjà venu nous voir.
Huh?
Vous racontez à Mona la visite de votre invité mystère.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
Je pense qu'elle est venue pour nous transmettre un message.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
Bah, Clorinde et Arlecchino, on sait pas quand elles arrivent, on sait que ce seront des persos jouables éventuellement à un moment, mais pour l'instant, tout ce qu'on sait, c'est qu'en 4.3, c'est Navia, et on sait pas qui du coup, mais c'est Navia le prochain perso, avec Chevreuse du coup, mais ça c'est une 4 étoiles. En vrai, t'as de quoi économiser. Oui, mais j'ai pas de quoi en fait me bouffer un 5 étoiles alors que je suis en garantie. Du coup, ça va me buter ma garantie, et après ça, je vais repartir avec genre 150 vœux, certes, mais aucune garantie, donc flemmasse un peu.
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Tu ne pourras faire aucun vœu jusqu'à ce que ça soit Clorinde. Bah, je pourrais, mais je choisis de pas le faire pour l'instant, parce que je me dis aussi que ça se trouve, le temps que Clorinde arrive, il y a des 4 étoiles qui vont m'intéresser. Donc, c'est compliqué en vrai. On va peut-être faire une multi. Je réfléchis avant la fin du live. Peut-être qu'on tente une multi pour genre la dernière chance pour avoir Charlotte. Mais sinon, bah tant pis. Hein. C'est vrai, son message doit avoir son importance. Mais quand serons-nous en mesure de comprendre la véritable signification de cet indice? Était-ce la meilleure réponse possible à ma question?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone.
I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff. I need to get going.
Ce n'est rien. Merci, Mona.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kind of moved by what Mona said, but also kind of sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Alors, rendez-vous au kiosque à journaux. Ouah, ah non, j'ai cru que je devais vraiment marcher. Il est à l'étage, non, le kiosque à journaux, il me semble. Enfin, il est genre... Voilà, à la surface de Fontaine, pas dans les égouts. Voilà, il est là-bas. Ouah, elles sont vraiment belles, les PNJ de Fontaine. Chroniqueuse de Joseph de Vapeur. Le nombre de détails qu'elles ont quand on regarde, quand on compare ça aux gens de Mondstadt et Liyue, qui ont juste tous le même t-shirt en 3 couleurs différentes, là. Et même les PNJ random, genre pas forcément avec des robes hyper compliquées et tout, les enfants et tout, ils sont vraiment hyper bien détaillés. On voit que le budget a changé. Ouais, et puis on voit que je pense ils ont vu qu'il fallait qu'ils mettent le paquet aussi pour rester un petit peu à la page des autres jeux, parce que plus ça va, Genshin c'était vraiment ultra précurseur, et maintenant plus ça va, plus il y en a des jeux comme Genshin. On est peut-être devenus célèbres. Oui, ils ont acheté les larmes aussi, c'est vrai, c'est cool ça. En vrai, s'ils pouvaient se mettre au niveau de leur autre jeu qui est Honkai en termes d'expression et même de lip sync aussi, parce que le lip sync dans Genshin c'est pas encore tout à fait ça. Honkai c'est vraiment très très beau pour le coup, on dirait quasiment des cinématiques, les cinématiques qu'on a parfois dans Genshin du coup qui sont hyper belles dans les phases d'action et tout ça. Je trouve que Honkai c'est un peu ça tout le temps et en vrai c'est vraiment cool.
My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that. Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker.
Charlotte, elle a harcelé Ryo, c'est trop ça.
She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
On dirait bien, oui.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Ok, bon, petit aparté pour dire qu'on est célèbre. Continuons d'avancer. Il vend un truc, lui? Non, je pense pas. Bonjour, gna gna gna. Oui, c'est celui qui en a fait une quête avec une horloge avec lui. Ok. Alors, petite promenade, alors que... Attendez, ça n'a aucun sens d'être en Tarta, même si je l'aime d'amour. Ça n'a aucun sens qu'un Tarta se balade comme ça à Fontaine pour l'instant.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
En vrai, ça me manque de me balader avec le voyageur. Ça fait tellement longtemps qu'il n'est pas sorti du placard, le voyageur.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
Il y en a encore à cette heure-ci?
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go! Paimon's sure it'll be great!
C'est étonnant que Furina les ait pas tous achetés, mais certes. Dépêchons-nous avant que quelqu'un nous coiffe au chapeau, au poteau. Nous
One
coiffe au
slice
chapeau.
of cake, please.
Oh oh.
Someone showed up after all. Oh,
C'est normal qu'ils soient encore dans ta team, Nono, t'inquiète. Il reste très longtemps dans la team. Je pense que j'ai eu dans ma team jusqu'à niveau 50, voire même 55 peut-être. Mais une fois qu'il en part, il en revient jamais, le pauvre. Donc moi, ça fait littéralement 1 an et demi, je crois que je l'ai pas mis dans mon équipe.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nouvelle was right. You really can eat.
En fait, j'ai la flemme de changer ses artefacts tout le temps. Il est toujours en bulle dans Nanemo.
Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Oui.
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe...
Putain, Paimon, elle est devenue
maybe the waters will
hyper
rise
pessimiste
tomorrow.
d'un coup, quoi.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Elle a raison.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Senji would be proud.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Ouah, elle sait pas dire si je wineux. Un truc de ouf.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
Ouah, Paimon non plus.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
Il a pas l'air appétissant pour le coup, leur gâteau. Genre, on dirait vraiment un truc en carton là.
Last time, and the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
D'accord, bon, on est un peu en petite phase calme là dans la quête, dites-moi. Paimon en déprime, mais oui, c'est ça. J'ai l'impression qu'ils sont en train de nous faire un petit peu monter la sauce en mode regardez tout ce qui va disparaître si jamais on n'arrive pas à accomplir notre quête. Donc du coup là, on est un petit peu en phase attache-toi à Fontaine, si ce n'est pas encore déjà fait.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Regardez ma petite Yoimiya qui sautille sur place quand elle court. En plus, elle fait bling 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 avec ses petits grelots. Elle est trop mignonne. J'avais blackout ce passage. Ah, Charlotte, attends, Charlotte.
Wow.
Je voulais que tu nous portes chance pour notre multi, mais la quête s'est lancée.
Have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve. You just used us to make some quick mora.
On partage?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to
J'adore cette
discuss
musique.
just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Cool.
Really? Oh, you're the best.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned
La
me.
musique
What
trop
did she
épique
say?
derrière.
She said that you're a daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
Toi aussi, t'as déclenché la quête derrière par accident en allant voir la réputation. Oui, et j'ai haï cette quête parce que j'étais en mode, mais lâchez-moi. Je veux juste aller parler en PNJ. C'est trop chiant quand ils font ça. Faut qu'ils arrêtent de faire ça vraiment. De mettre des quêtes sur des endroits cruciaux où t'es obligé d'aller en fait. Vous voulez vraiment une interview avec moi?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting,
Charlotte, si
venues,
tu restes
props, and...
là, si Charlotte reste là devant nous, genre si on quitte le dialogue et qu'elle est encore devant nous en tant que PNJ, on fait une multi.
Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Ah, je crois que c'est raté.
I've still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Mais Paimon,
That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her.
je sais ce qu'ils sont en train de faire. Ils sont en train de nous faire plein de petits moments memes comme ça, qui n'ont pas grand intérêt comme ça, mais qui sont en train de construire progressivement le moment où le gros drama va exploser, pour qu'on soit encore plus touché quand ça va arriver. Je sais comment vous fonctionnez au Yoverse, d'accord? C'est classique ça.
Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Bon, Charlotte nous a abandonnés par contre, je crois, non? Elle est barrée là. Ah ouais, mais on est téléporté carrément.
The sea breeze and
Ok,
scenery
bah.
can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
Bah, nique sa race.
Paimon's been thinking.
Oui.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do?
Oh wow, la question à poser à tous les joueurs de Genshin. Si jamais Genshin se termine demain, genre c'est la fin du jeu, il n'y aura plus jamais d'update, à quoi est-ce que vous jouerez?
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Est-ce que tu irais toucher l'herbe dehors, Heather? Est-ce que tu ferais ça pour moi? Si j'avais le choix... Charlotte avait raison. Ça n'a pas vraiment de sens de soudainement commencer à y réfléchir.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Je pense que je continuerai mes aventures jusqu'à la fin.
You mean, still traveling?
Je fais une cérémonie d'adieu à mes persos et mon investissement. Ah, j'avoue. Oh, j'avoue, c'est le bad, hein, ne serait-ce que d'y penser. En fait, c'est ça, on peut se mettre à la place des persos, là. En pensant à nous en tant que joueurs, qu'est-ce qu'on fait une fois qu'on aura fini d'investir je sais pas combien de centaines d'euros, milliers d'euros même pour certains. Et une fois que c'est fini, qu'est-ce que tu fais en fait? Oui, et à profiter de chaque instant qu'il me reste en ce monde.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
Vous profitez tranquillement avec Paimon, sans voir passer le temps. À la nuit tombée, vous retournez dans votre chambre pour conclure cette journée bien occupée. Les jours suivants sont tout aussi calmes. Charlotte vient vous voir à la base de la Spina di Russula près du fleuve cendré pour réaliser l'interview dont vous avez parlé, et elle ne reste pas encore une fois pour que vous puissiez faire votre multi sur sa bannière. Finalement, Charlotte ne vint jamais. Et vous n'aurez jamais ce personnage. Après avoir terminé ce qu'elle avait à faire au village de Poissons, Navia passe même à la base pour prendre une photo avec vous deux. Tout va pour le mieux.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Oui, j'avoue qu'il met longtemps à se mettre en place votre plan là.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Meropide, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
Alors, vous pensez que nous sommes des criminels recherchés?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
On vous écoute. Il s'est passé quelque chose?
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
Oh.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess
Elle
they
est en train de
finally
perdre la
found an
face.
outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
D'un autre côté, c'est le meilleur endroit où l'attaquer, Furina. Hein. Elle est tellement attachée à aux apparences qu'elle montre à son peuple.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Maréchaussée Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still
Elle
missing?
est partie pleurer dans un coin, la pauvre. En vrai, je
That's
sympathise.
right. The Maréchaussée has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
Je comprends la situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Ce petit regard là.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Tu as tout de suite compris.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead,
Aww.
she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nouvelle was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too.
Moi, j'ai pas compris pourquoi est-ce que c'était spécifiquement poisson là où elle allait. Parce qu'elle se sent responsable de ce qui s'est passé avec la montée des eaux. Je vois que devenir une détective porte ses fruits. On dirait que ces romans policiers ont des effets positifs sur toi. Genre, pour moi, c'était pas aussi évident que ça, le village de poissons, mais ok, let's go poisson, du coup, hein. Parce qu'il y a personne là-bas, donc elle peut se cacher. Ah oui, du coup, peut-être. Effectivement, ça fait plus de sens. Hop là, la table de torture. Comme l'a dit Linette tout à l'heure. D'accord, d'accord. Et donc, ça va devenir le repère de la déprime, du coup, poisson, là.
Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Elle m'a l'air d'être là-bas. C'est elle? Je sais pas, il y a un énorme point jaune sur elle, je vois pas, mais je crois... Oui, c'est elle, c'est elle. Voilà, j'ai réussi à trick le point, tout va bien. Attendez, vous savez quoi? On va faire le chemin, voilà. On va pas arriver comme des bourrins avec notre planeur, là, ça suffit. Ou alors je lui fais une attaque surprise par le dessus. Genre, ah là il y a un trou, ah tant pis.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Chut, ne fais pas de bruit.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvelle and those people from the Maréchaussée Phantom are freaking out right next to them too.
Arrêtez de faire semblant, Farina. Vous êtes vraiment triste, n'est-ce pas?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Oula, oh, calmez-vous, vous.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
La course-poursuite la plus calme de l'histoire. Pap, 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 pap. Phew, c'était haletant. Je sais pas comment on a fait pour s'en remettre.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Oh, c'est ici qu'ils vont mettre leur piège.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
La pauvre, elle a tellement confiance en tout le monde. Ouais, c'est une boîte de conserve. On dirait qu'on est à l'arrière du restaurant le Krusty Krab.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
Non mais on est d'accord, c'est le Krusty Krab, c'est un truc de ouf. J'ai dit une boîte de conserve aussi quand je l'ai vu. Ah moi ça me fait penser à l'endroit où Bob l'éponge fait ses pâtés de crabe là. Cet endroit n'est pas vraiment insonorisé, vous feriez mieux de parler moins fort pour ne pas vous faire repérer.
You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Une autre catastrophe, je le crains.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvelette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already...
Est-ce que Furina serait en train de craquer? J'ai l'impression qu'elle agit de manière beaucoup plus naturelle. Vous commencez à discuter tandis que Furina se calme progressivement.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Oh wow.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Mais malgré tout, vous n'avez toujours pas abandonné, n'est-ce pas?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free.
Mais cela signifierait aussi la perte de tout espoir.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Il ne nous reste plus beaucoup de temps. On ne peut pas se permettre de recommencer à zéro. Nous avons besoin de ces informations. Furina, vous pourriez ne pas avoir apporté ce fardeau toute seule. Même si je ne sais pas ce que vous gardez pour vous, votre peuple est plus que disposé à partager le poids de votre fardeau.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
Même si vous ne pouvez pas partager votre fardeau, vous pourriez au moins en parler. Je suis une sorte de témoin, vous pouvez nous faire confiance, vous savez.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Nous n'avons plus le temps, s'il vous plaît, Furina. Dites-nous votre secret. Oh merde. Oh non. Non. Mauvais timing. Les gars, mauvais timing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
Non, 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 non.
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial?
Oh no.
In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Elle a la piqûre de fer, non, Clorinde?
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Furina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Furina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice! This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Fosalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Oh, now we're making history!
Why does it feel like Furina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
À moi?
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
Elle était si proche de me livrer son secret, mais on se trouve tout de même dans cette situation. Ce n'est pas grave, si on gagne le procès, on a encore une chance de pouvoir continuer. Et comprendre. Oh, 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 oh. Oh là 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 là.
Please allow me to
Ça me
ask
plaît.
as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Oh, la pauvre, elle se sent trahie.
Do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary
Je me sens trop mal pour elle, elle doit tellement se sentir trahie de tous les côtés, mais bon...
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct a giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water.
Eh
It
ben,
was a
tout ça en
lot of
quelques
work
jours.
for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Désolé, nous vous avons dupé.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine
Ça, il
would
l'aurait fait
accept
aussi,
a
mais
duel
bref.
with an archon without
Ce n'est pas le sujet, ce
flinching.
n'est pas le sujet.
Thank you.
As for you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Non, vous vous trompez.
Oh?
Ma mission était de vous donner une dernière chance. Nous espérions que vous nous révéliez enfin votre secret avant que la boîte magique n'arrive sur scène.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
C'est vrai, maintenant notre seule option est de juger l'archon Hydro. Mais je me demande vraiment ce que Furina voulait me dire juste avant qu'on arrive.
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
J'avoue que j'espère secrètement que ça va pas durer genre 1h30 comme la toute première fois où on avait dû faire un procès là au tout début de la quête archon parce que c'est sympa, mais j'aimerais bien un peu plus d'action, j'avoue.
Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
Charlotte, tu veux toujours pas venir?
Oh, let Paimon see.
D'accord. Bonne journée.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh? Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
C'est super pratique, je n'aurais jamais pensé à ça.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
Un post-it.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Oh wow, ok, elle nous a vraiment refait toute la quête.
I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the oratories. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out.
Je suis vraiment assez en manque en vrai de Tartal. Bien que Nouvelle ait cru Tartaglia innocent, l'oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale l'a finalement jugé coupable et même Furina ne savait pas pourquoi. Charlotte a fait ses devoirs. Oh, autre bébou. Troisième bébou.
That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both the child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Ok, elle a vraiment bien tout compilé, ça va nous être utile tout ça.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese.
C'est pas toi qui dirige cette fois, Furina.
Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true, but my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon. Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Furina's a fraud?
I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking her duty, but did I hear that right?
Attendez.
She's not our Archon at all?
Parce que nous on avait une théorie un peu nulle comme quoi Neuvillette c'était peut-être l'archon hydro véritable, mais en vrai c'était plutôt une vanne. Là c'est plus une vanne, Furina c'est pas elle l'archon? Je suis comme le public, là je suis en mode, même eux qui sont tout cubiques dans le fond, là je les vois, ils sont mal modélisés. Je suis en mode, quoi? Et oui, bien sûr, notre voyageur a une voix, c'est juste qu'il l'utilise très peu, mais je suis très contente qu'il donne plus de chance au doubleur de l'utiliser. Là, je trouve que depuis Fontaine, il parle beaucoup plus que d'habitude, parce que vraiment, elle est trop cool, sa voix.
Charge accepted.
Lady
Furina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Furina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true archon.
Yeah. Even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See?
Je suis en train de te remettre en question.
Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld?
The Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Les gens sont convaincus que vous êtes leur archon, parce que c'est leur croyance depuis très longtemps.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Oh.
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I
Est-ce que c'est une
manage to
océanide?
live for over 500 years?
Ou un produit des abysses? Je dois bien réfléchir. Que connaissons-nous de Furina qui sort du commun? Oh, ah, yeah. Alors attendez. Oh, je suis en train d'être particulièrement embarquée dans ce procès. La sorcière N a communiqué avec vous en connectant vos consciences. Elle croit que la prophétie se réalisera. D'accord. Arlecchino, elle a révélé qu'elle avait déjà enquêté sur Furina et pensait qu'il était impossible que non seulement Furina ne soit pas vraiment l'archon, mais qu'elle soit en fait affligée d'une sorte de malédiction. Et la conviction de Tarta... Même Furina ne savait pas pourquoi. Arlecchino peut-être? Ok.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Comme une malédiction.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
C'est là qu'on se dit que plein de trucs étaient en suspens. Mais oui, c'est ça, tout. Là, ça fait 3 mises à jour, donc ça fait depuis août que tout est en train de se construire. On a la finalité en novembre, braves gens. C'est un truc de ouf à chaque fois, Genshin. La source de l'information n'a pas d'importance. Ce qui compte, c'est sa véracité.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
You sensed it too, huh, Nouvelle?
Donc, Furina, seriez-vous simplement une humaine maudite?
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely
Elle a les cheveux qui
difficult to
brillent,
tell
c'est pas
humans and
possible.
gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
Ah mais là, la tension est à son comble. Hein.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale in this very opera house, or consider the indemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Un instant, il y a quelque chose qui prouve que Furina ne contrôle pas l'oratrice. Et ça, c'est Tarta. J'ai jamais été aussi rapide.
You tried to reference the oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof?
C'est ça.
You should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Furina, ça fait genre 500 ans qu'elle a des lettres dans les cheveux pour faire croire qu'elle est l'archon. Elle doit les remplacer à chaque fois. Elle a un compte chez Brico Marché, les gars, incroyable.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial.
Eh oui, c'est pas toi qui te commande.
You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
Est-ce que Furina n'est qu'un réceptacle au véritable archon hydro? Parce que, je sais pas, il est trop affaibli? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me.
Est-ce que c'est une marionnette?
It is true that I did not know why the oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the oratrice.
J'ai tellement de hype pour moi, j'ai tellement envie de réponse là. Très bien, laissons ça de côté pour l'instant alors. Dame Furina, pourriez-vous nous faire une brève démonstration de votre pouvoir divin?
My power as an archon. There are many ordinary citizens
Je suis en train de penser à quelque chose.
How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an archon?
Vous vous rappelez quand Tartaglia a été justement rendu coupable, quand il a été désigné coupable, il a défié Furina, et Furina a eu l'air d'avoir peur, comme si elle était incapable de se dresser face à Child. Ce qui n'a aucun sens, étant donné que même si Child est extrêmement puissant, normalement il peut pas comparer à un dieu, il peut pas comparer à un archon. Elle avait peur parce qu'elle sait pas comment se battre en fait, elle ne sait pas contrôler ses pouvoirs.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
Oh, Nouvelle.
You don't need to go that far.
Une brève démonstration ne devrait poser aucun problème de sécurité. C'est quelque chose que tous les humains possédant un œil divin peuvent faire.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a
de plus en plus désespéré tes esquives, Furina.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Tu m'étonnes.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
La musique maintient une tension incroyable.
Enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Attendez, j'ai une idée improbable. Je vais vous la dire pour me la sortir de la tête et on l'oublie juste après, d'accord? Imaginez le vrai archon hydro, c'est Arlecchino depuis le début. Parce qu'elle a l'air de vraiment être très intéressée justement par cette histoire de prophétie et elle a l'air de vraiment vouloir sauver Fontaine. Et en plus de ça, elle fait partie des fatoués, donc ça voudrait dire qu'en fait, la tsarine a déjà le gnosis de l'archon hydro. Voilà, c'est bon, je me suis sorti cette idée de la tête, on l'oublie, c'est bon, on reprend.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't
Arlecchino, elle a une vision pyro normalement même. Si on ne peut pas prouver qu'elle n'est pas une divinité, il doit y avoir un moyen de prouver qu'elle est humaine. Car si c'est le cas... Alors, une affaire de meurtre s'est déroulée. Il faut prouver qu'elle n'est pas humaine. Intrusion de la mer primordiale dans la forteresse des Méropsides. Navire tombant dans l'eau. Qu'est-ce qui pourrait nous diriger vers ça? Il s'avère que les Fontainois peuvent être dissous par l'eau de la mer primordiale. Au fil des années, Vacher a kidnappé et dissous de nombreuses jeunes filles pour tenter de trouver un moyen de ramener sa femme dissoute. Elle ne fut que momentanément repoussée par la puissance de Neuvillette. Vacher. Oui, vous avez raison, elle a une vision pyro. Après, peut-être c'est une fausse. Je m'accroche à ma théorie désespérée.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
J'avoue qu'on first try pour l'instant les indices.
You must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching the seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontainian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Oh, c'est particulièrement rude, ça. Farina?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Il lui donne une porte de sortie quand même, il l'aime bien.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Oh.
Hey!
Attendez, attendez. Parce que si elle a vraiment l'influence de l'archon hydro au-dessus d'elle, même si c'est pas vraiment l'archon hydro, peut-être que l'archon l'a protégée. Elle a vraiment...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now?
Elle est prête à aller aussi loin que ça pour protéger son secret.
I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Oh là, il n'y a aucun lip sync, hein. Elle bougeait même pas la bouche. Ah, si je win.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
C'était juste pas en assez grande quantité pour la tuer, c'est ça?
You may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human.
Bien joué.
After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's
Heureusement qu'ils l'ont pré-shot,
life,
sinon on se court le drame, ouais, carrément.
concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
Elle est prête à aller aussi loin que ça. Mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Elle devrait connaître les conséquences d'un tel acte. Ça ne lui ressemble pas du tout. Donc pour elle, continuer à se faire passer pour une divinité est plus important que sa propre vie. Elle aurait dû abandonner depuis longtemps, non?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing.
Mais qu'est-ce qu'elle cache?
Think about it. How can
Aussi
you
fort que ça?
conclusively prove that an archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Je pense que tu l'as fait parce que t'aurais aimé que tout s'arrête à ce moment-là.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
J'ai envie de lui faire un câlin.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. She's too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty. We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Hop là, un petit vœu dans Honkai, c'est parti. Petit 5 étoiles, là, on y va.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale, Farina is...
Pardon. Quoi?
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
What is the verdict of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale? Vous voulez dire que l'oratrice l'aurait-elle déclarée innocente?
No. The oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was
Mais-
just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court. And it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of
La
justice?
seule et unique fois.
What an unexpected twist.
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
Attendez,
How did things escalate this quickly?
attendez. Imaginez. Fucking imaginez que le vrai archon Hydro est dans l'oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale en fait, depuis le début. C'est pour ça qu'elle rend des jugements pareils. Et là, Furina a fail à protéger le secret, donc du coup elle est condamnée à mort pour tout simplement... Attendez. Oh. Imaginez que le vrai archon Hydro est dans l'oratrice depuis le début. C'est pour ça qu'elle a l'air d'avoir une conscience propre depuis tout ce temps. La seule fois où elle a pas eu le même jugement que Nouvelle, c'était pendant le procès avec Tarta, du coup. J'adore te voir en Sherlock. Non mais c'est ça, là j'ai mis ma casquette. J'ai mis les petites lunettes de Paimon, la moustache, tout. Peut-être que le véritable archon Hydro savait déjà quelque chose qu'on ne sait pas sur Tarta, étant donné que c'est un archon. Donc du coup c'est pour ça qu'il a dit qu'il était coupable. Et là, Furina n'a pas réussi à protéger son secret, donc du coup il se débarrasse des preuves et il veut la tuer. Élémentaire, mon cher Watson, élémentaire.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Je vous jure que c'est ce genre de live où la caméra manque, hein, parce que là vous verriez la tête que je tire depuis tout à l'heure, je suis en mode avec la mâchoire au sol.
Yeah, even Fauché wasn't sentenced to death by the oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Ce qui est encore plus étrange, c'est que l'oratrice a rendu son jugement pour l'archon Hydro, et non pas Furina. Oh, c'est vrai, très intéressant comme remarque.
Indeed. Not only is Farina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Farina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
C'est vrai que c'est assez crucial comme détail en fait.
Excuse me if I may
Oh,
interrupt.
vas-y, Bébou, parle en public, c'est bien, je suis fière de toi. Tu peux le faire, vas-y.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm.
He's a big boy.
Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Grâce à l'aide d'autres fatouilles, Fréminet apporte une stèle sur scène.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Ah, ils l'ont reconstitué.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere.
Nono, elle va prendre
and
Fréminet, elle va la
finally
mettre dans la
found it at
boîte.
the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Ne vous inquiétez pas, le mystère n'a pas encore été résolu. Il n'est pas encore trop tard.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate.
Vous savez que j'ai peur que aller au bout de cette quête me donne envie de poule pour Furina, c'est très dangereux ce qui se passe. Très dangereux pour mon portefeuille surtout.
Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates. I would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Ma volonté pour les gachas est d'à peu près 0,02%.
So what do you see? What is it?
On dirait que l'ancien archon Hydro utilise son pouvoir divin pour transformer les Océanides en humains. C'est une Océanide Furina.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Je suis en train de me dire que depuis que le verdict a été rendu, Furina, elle est genre complètement stun sur son siège, elle a pas bougé, elle regarde dans le vide et ça me rend trop triste.
However,
Personne
I'm
va lui faire un
uncertain as
câlin.
to how much sense they currently make to you.
Le contenu des stèles est lié aux événements réels.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Vous devez sélectionner pour voir les descriptions des stèles et en extraire les informations clés. Vous retrouverez et pourrez consulter les situations en rapport avec les contenus des stèles dans les incidents documentés dans votre carnet d'interview. Au fur et à mesure du processus de corroboration, le niveau d'eau dans le menu augmente. Lorsque vous aurez fini de corroborer toutes les stèles, la vérité derrière la prophétie sera révélée. Eh bien, corroborons alors les événements réels liés aux stèles des prophéties.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't
Imaginez.
expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
Imaginez, il n'y a aucun humain à Fontaine. Genre Navia, Ryosley, bon Nouvelle forcément, mais Laini, Lynette, tout ça, personne n'est humain.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Il faut que je les remette dans l'ordre. Riot, techniquement, il est orphelin. On sait même pas s'il est de Fontaine, d'ailleurs. Oui, c'est vrai. C'est vrai. Bonne remarque. Donc peut-être que Riot sera sauvé, mais ça sera un truc de ouf qu'il n'y ait pas un seul humain à Fontaine. Enfin, en tout cas, originaire de Fontaine, mais... Quoi? Est-ce qu'il faut que je les sélectionne dans l'ordre, du coup? Genre, il faut que je dise quelle est la première, quelle est la deuxième, ou... Parce que pour l'instant... Si, peut-être celle-ci... Ah, d'accord, ok, c'est bon, j'ai compris. Par rapport à la stèle de la prophétie numéro 1, la preuve qui peut corroborer cela est... les Fontainois peuvent être dissous par l'eau de mer. Ouais... Alors, déjà, on sait que le troisième, c'est Tarta. D'accord. Oh non, ils ont mis une croix sur mon baby boy. Ouah, j'ai voulu y aller au talon. Je me suis fait nope. Alors, bon, non, pas une croix. Alors, l'archon Hydro est déclaré coupable et condamné à la peine de mort. Il semble montrer que l'ancien archon Hydro est en train d'utiliser son pouvoir divin pour transformer un truc en océanide. Bah du coup, ça serait potentiellement le premier. Attendez. L'entrée vers la mer primordiale. Les stèles, c'est le passé, le présent et le futur. D'accord. Ok.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontainians can dissolve.
En fait, c'est juste mettre une goutte d'eau dans un océan. Célestia flottant dans le ciel, l'archon Hydro et son peuple en train de le vénérer, mais le pouvoir divin décide de les punir malgré tout. Ah, j'aurais essayé, tant pis. Ils ont pas envie de me mettre tartale. Est-ce que je me suis dit, bon, coupable, mais non. Navia est tombée dans l'eau. Je vois pas trop ce qu'elle vient faire là pour l'instant, la sorcière, mais... Alors, l'archon Hydro est déclaré coupable et condamné à mort, ouais. Qu'est-ce qui pourrait symboliser le pouvoir divin? Aussi, Claude, je ne sais pas si tu te souviens, mais on a entendu plein de fois qu'avant, à Fontaine, il y avait plein d'océanines, mais elles ont toutes disparu. Ah, c'est vrai. Celui-ci, j'avoue, je n'ai pas trop d'idées. Ok, donc, d'accord, ok, je l'aurais pas mise là, Furina.
Has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Ok, il montre que l'archon Hydro était englouti par les eaux, entouré par de nombreuses personnes. Bon, alors pas Tarta du coup.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected
Par contre, ce
to
serait une dinguerie de se dire que du coup Navia et tout c'est des océanides.
Gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Genre là, on peut pool pour plein de personnages qui ne sont pas humains en fait. Réfléchissez en termes de pool, hein, braves gens. Il s'avère que les fontaines peuvent être dissous par l'eau de la mer primordiale.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society. But not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Mais pourquoi est-ce que le premier archon Hydro aurait transformé tout le monde en océanide? Ça n'a aucun sens.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Corroboration terminée. Je suis en ébullition cérébrale. Donnez-moi des réponses.
Oh, Paimon gets it now. So that's how you can make sense of it. But then to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
La première stèle révèle que les Fontainois ne sont pas réellement des êtres humains.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
La deuxième stèle révèle que le péché de l'archon Hydro était d'avoir créé les Fontainois à partir d'océanides.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably anchored Celestia by creating humans
Mais
without
pourquoi?
prior permission.
Pourquoi avoir fait ça?
Could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty.
Est-ce que l'archon se sentait seul?
Ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Pour ce qui est de la troisième stèle, j'ai toujours l'impression qu'elle devrait venir après la quatrième.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Quant à la quatrième stèle, elle dépeint la réalisation de la prophétie que tout le monde connaît.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Vous savez que si la montée des eaux de la mer primordiale arrive, c'est peut-être encore une fois un jugement divin de la part de Celestia pour essayer de punir les anciens péchés de l'archon Hydro. Mais la mer primordiale, elle n'est pas un peu liée aux abysses, normalement? Enfin, en tout cas, c'est ce qu'ils essaient de nous faire croire depuis le début, mais peut-être pas. Imaginez, Celestia et les abysses, en fait, sont plus liés qu'on ne le pense. Hein. C'est peut-être pas deux faces opposées de la même pièce. Hein.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth. However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source. When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Effectivement, c'était la plus cruciale, la première, donc elle a été détruite par quelqu'un, sûrement. Quelqu'un qui ne voulait pas qu'on connaisse la vérité.
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize.
J'ai jamais vu quelqu'un déchiffrer aussi vite.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Oh.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids.
Mais du coup, on est d'accord que ces océanides devenus humaines ont quand même fait des bébés de façon humaine qui ont donné naissance à d'autres petits humains océanides, mais cette fois de façon normale, genre, y'a que moi qui pense à ça ou...
Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Quand on y pense, depuis cet été, on nous parle d'océanides sous forme humaine non-stop dans les events là. Ouais, puis même depuis bien avant ça, genre depuis avant même le premier anniversaire de Genshin, il y avait déjà eu une quête avec la fameuse océanide qu'on est censé combattre à Liyue justement, où déjà là on nous disait que les océanides, bah elles sont pas méchantes forcément, quoi, c'est pas forcément des ennemis. Je me dis ça depuis tout à l'heure. Je te rassure, t'auras une réponse après, même si je ne suis pas convaincue, d'accord, ok.
Thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your
Tu
regular
m'étonnes.
Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Ah bon? Que représente la troisième stèle alors?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of trials and justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Vous voulez dire que on est encore en train de réaliser la prophétie en faisant ça?
Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
Mais là, ma question, c'est est-ce que Furina savait tout ça? Pour l'instant, on ne connaît pas du coup la véritable identité de Furina, parce qu'en fait, même si c'est une océanide, ça la rend pas particulièrement spéciale des autres, vu que tout le monde est une océanide. Donc c'est quoi le rôle de Furina là-dedans? C'est quoi sa malédiction? Est-ce que sa malédiction, c'est de connaître la vérité? Je n'en sais rien, j'ai l'impression que tout est contrôlé par le destin.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions. About the fourth slate, you probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Sérieux, cette quête, ils ont tout donné, j'ai jamais été autant surprise dans ce jeu. Moi, je pense depuis Sumeru quand même. Sumeru, je trouve que pour l'instant, les deux quêtes se valent. Après, en termes de surprise, c'est clair que là, en termes de révélation, Fontaine a quand même... il y va plus franco quand même, en mode oh oui, bah il y a tout un peuple en fait, c'est pas des humains. Ah d'accord, ok. Et c'est surtout le fait de leur dire. Ils auraient pu garder la vérité pour eux et personne n'aurait jamais été au courant. Mais on est d'accord que du coup, là où il y a où il y a l'endroit en fait où la mer primordiale a failli se déverser à Méropide, techniquement, c'est aussi là où Child est tombé. Donc on sait que c'est un accès à la mer primordiale. Est-ce qu'il y aurait d'autres accès?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Vraiment? Attendez, vous voulez dire que... Ah, ok, très bien. Corroborons.
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
Quelle est la véritable source de la catastrophe? Des humains devenus océanides, l'archon hydro condamné à mort, navire tombant dans l'eau de la mer, ou alors l'intrusion de la mer primordiale dans la forteresse de Méropide. La source de la véritable catastrophe... Neuvillette avait l'air de nous dire que ce n'était pas l'intrusion de la mer primordiale. Oui, mais qu'est-ce que je fais du coup? Parce que là, j'appuie sur des boutons, mais... Ah, il faut que je commence par là, ok. Alors... Baleine du taille indescriptible, ça c'était chelou. Voilà.
It was both dream and reality.
Ah d'accord, ok, ok, first guess, je pensais qu'on avait plus de trucs.
True culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
Ça me fait bader.
The truth,
elle me fait très bader, hein,
the
cette
original
baleine.
sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Ah, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Pourquoi? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Oh! Non mais...
That was way too close! How did that thing just burst into the opera house? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
Oui, c'est exact. Je parie que c'est aussi celle que Tartaglia a vue quand il était jeune.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontainians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Excusez-moi, mais c'est la cinématique la plus cool que j'ai jamais vue de ma vie. Voilà.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontainians nigh impossible to resist.
Oh, ça me dégue, elle me fait battre cette baleine vraiment beaucoup.
When it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontainians.
Ah, j'ai presque chialé tellement j'étais wow.
Right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Mon amour.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
It is too late.
Comment ça?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself.
Quoi?
Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
Vivi, ça suffit, tu vas me faire pleurer.
That's not something I will accept.
C'est genre mon point faible, quoi, les gars.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed, that's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Ah, ma gueule.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
Mais on peut pas juste lui mettre un grand coup de pied dans son cul de baleine, là? C'est bon aussi, au bout d'un moment.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Malgré tous nos efforts, nous n'avons pas pu vaincre le destin. Attendez, le destin...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future.
Se pourrait-il que, même si la prophétie se réalise, il y a un moyen de sauver tout le monde? Est-ce que j'ai raté quelque chose? Une minute. J'ai failli oublier Furina. Que voulait-elle me dire dans la boîte magique géante? Quel est son véritable secret? Furina, elle a pas bougé depuis tout à l'heure? Oh, wow, 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 qu'est-ce qui se passe?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina! No, I still need answers.
Oh, mais c'est une dinguerie le nombre de cinématiques qu'ils nous mettent là par contre. C'est Furina humaine?
You.
Non,
Sorry.
quelque chose ne va pas.
That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
Focalors? Why did you deceive us?
Elle a pas les mêmes cheveux.
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Deceiving the heavenly principles?
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria, for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass. And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans,
C'est elle
I
qui a
dare
créé
say
les
she
humains
left me
océanides.
quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
La musique
Yes,
est trop belle
I
derrière.
was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
C'est Egeria qui les a créés et elle lui a refilé le bébé, d'accord.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being. The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be. Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles. Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalors' divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Donc, est-ce que Furina savait depuis le début qu'elle n'était qu'une copie de l'archon? Est-ce qu'elle a toujours été consciente de sa nature? Ou est-ce que ça fait un petit peu genre une Raiden Shogun et une Scaramouche en mode... elle a créé une marionnette et ensuite elle l'a laissée vivre dans l'ignorance la plus totale? Parce que Furina a quand même joué son rôle jusqu'au bout. Jusqu'au bout, elle a dit que c'était l'archon Hydro. Et elle a eu l'air d'être cassée, du coup, quand elle a compris que plus personne ne la croyait. Comme une vieille marionnette brisée.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Furina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years.
Je suis désolée, mais elle est en train de faire une Raiden Shogun et je trouve ça juste dégueulasse parce que moi qui suis full du côté de Scaramouche du coup dans cette histoire de elle a créé une marionnette, elle l'a abandonnée, c'est exactement la même chose avec Furina là pour l'instant pour moi.
And all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Que je suis rentrée en contact avec les larmes de Furina. Si je me souviens bien, les larmes contiennent souvent les émotions les plus intenses d'une personne. Lorsque l'élément hydro est suffisamment puissant, il est possible de créer un lien émotif, comme avec cette océanide à la fontaine de Lucine. Est-ce que ce serait le fort intérieur de Furina? Furina? Qu'est-ce qu'elle fait sur scène? Ce n'est probablement pas elle, mais le reflet de son fort intérieur. Si je pouvais lui parler directement, je pourrais peut-être obtenir plus d'informations. Je suis venue ici en quête d'une réponse. Je ne peux pas manquer cette opportunité. Je dois essayer de lui parler. Wouh, on a repris le contrôle de notre perso. Après, elle, au moins, elle reconnaît la souffrance qu'elle a infligée, au moins. Bah, la Shogun aussi, une fois qu'on lui a expliqué, certes, on a dû expliquer à la Shogun, mais la Shogun la reconnaît aussi, mais c'est pas pour autant que elle prend ses responsabilités, dans le sens où elle est en mode oui, c'est triste que ce soit arrivé, bon, next, tu vois, et c'est vraiment... comment je fais pour monter sur scène, par contre? Là, il y a des escaliers. C'est un peu la même vibe, hein, quand même, Fossalor et la Raiden, là. Hein. Même si la Raiden a pas fait exprès, disons. On va le mettre, on va le dire comme ça. Par contre, Tarta, j'ai envie de le C6 R5 là, hein, la vache.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
C'est moi, Furina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
C'est quoi ça? Pourquoi est-ce que c'était marqué ne me regardez pas en haut de l'écran? Mais il n'y a pas de public. Est-ce que du coup c'est... Ah putain, c'est Furina qui est... Ah il se passe tellement de choses. Ça c'est le fort... Enfin c'est la façade de Furina. Et du coup, les paroles qu'on voit, c'est probablement sa conscience qui nous appelle à l'aide.
Oh, do not jest.
Laissez les lumières éteintes,
Can you
ne
not
serait-ce qu'une
feel
seconde.
it? I am Focalor. The eyes of
Pour que je
countless
redevienne moi.
Fontainians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Ça ne va pas. Même en son fort intérieur, elle continue à jouer l'archon hydro. Impossible de vraiment communiquer avec elle. Sa détermination doit réellement être à toute épreuve pour que même son fort intérieur et son subconscient soient impénétrables de la sorte. Je dois pourtant trouver une solution. Éloignez tous les projecteurs. Oh waouh, incroyable. Ça ne va pas. Ok, il nous redit la même chose, ok. Je dois pourtant trouver une solution. Oh, la symbolique est incroyable sur ça.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Allez, casse-toi. Un cri sans écho, entrave. Ah ouais, non mais vraiment ce passage, en termes de symbolique, il est trop beau.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Un silence sans fin, chaîne.
Shouldn't let your guard down. Who's next?
Toutes les lumières se sont éteintes. Dans le cœur de Furina, elle symbolisait certainement le regard des gens sur elle. En parlant de ça, j'ai l'impression d'avoir reçu une sorte de signal. Était-ce sa vraie voix? Un billet? Quand est-il tombé ici? C'est pas le jugement de l'oratrice, ça? On dirait que la pièce va commencer. Montrez-moi ce que vous ressentez vraiment, Furina. Acte 1, devant le miroir, Furina. Oh. Oh. Waouh. Il y a le miroir du reset en plus. Et en plus, là, je suis désolée, mais du coup, la physique du miroir est trop bien gérée. En vrai, il n'y a pas beaucoup de jeux qui arrivent à le faire, ça.
Furina. Furina. Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you? Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you. Wait a moment. You're... Mirror me? How can this be? Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that. Mirror me? What do you wish to say? The prophecy. Have you heard of it? What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Oh, very good. You know it well. What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
On dirait juste une petite fille, en fait, Furina, là.
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world.
Vous avez vu qu'il y a un truc avec les cheveux, genre là Furina elle a plus les cheveux longs derrière, elle a juste sa coupe au carré. Et Fossalor qui est dans le miroir en face, alors du coup je sais pas si c'est parce qu'elle est dans un miroir, mais sa coupe est inversée et ses yeux sont inversés aussi.
If there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
Wow. Acte 2, discours d'avènement. Furina. Il n'y a absolument personne en plus dans ce tribunal. Mais oui, elle voulait juste bien faire. Elle était, en fait, elle était tellement motivée à sauver tout le monde. Elle a tellement le sens du sacrifice. Et en vrai, elle a joué son rôle jusqu'au bout, la pauvre. Même si c'était de la torture.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say?
to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural.
Rassembler son courage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Agir sincèrement.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice.
Terminé poliment.
Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise.
On sent que c'est ses débuts, elle tâte le terrain.
Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Elle s'est perdue en fait. Elle a passé tellement de siècles à essayer de jouer un rôle qu'elle s'est perdue elle-même. C'est pour ça qu'elle a autant changé.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
Se donner confiance.
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Agir de manière grandiose.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice.
Je me demande ce que ça fait si on répond la même chose que tout à l'heure.
Praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips, may judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine.
Terminé avec force.
There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Acte 3, à l'opéra, Furina. Vraiment, les doublages sont incroyables. Ah, on connaît ce bureau, non? Elle était là avant que Nouvelle arrive?
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now, was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Nouvelle. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Ouais, elle cherche désespérément un procès grandiose, ouais, et il n'est pas arrivé en plus de 500 ans.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Ouais, on peut aller faire dodo. Non, il y a juste un lit là. Très intéressant, je trouve, qu'il nous montre le passé et l'évolution de Furina comme ça.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Par contre, je suis désolée, mais je me demande quand même comment est-ce qu'elle a pu berner tout un peuple, parce que même si, certes, elle joue un rôle et tout ça, elle le joue pas à la perfection non plus. Hein. Tous ces trucs de « Oh, mais je le savais déjà, je voulais juste savoir si vous vous en rendiez compte. » Ça a vraiment berné des gens pendant 500 ans, ça?
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Bon, il est l'heure d'aller se coucher, Furina. Là où normalement personne ne devrait te voir.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
Elle le joue beaucoup devant les gens et puis les gens ont pas de raison de douter, du coup ils cherchent pas plus loin, je crois. Ouais, enfin c'est quand même pas les pingouins qui glissent le plus loin sur la banquise à Fontaine, hein.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved. Alright, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Acte 4, à l'opéra. Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Acte 5, à l'opéra. Furina, elle est dans un jour sans fin là en fait, c'est ça? Oh la vache. Acte... Oh la vache, acte 182 375.
It's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
Bonne nuit, Nono. Repose-toi bien.
Who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Furina. My lady?
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Oh, really now? I didn't even notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it. Honored indeed.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps The show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Acte 181, 2376, à l'opéra. Furina et...
Furina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
C'est ma voix. Cette scène. Est-ce que c'est quand nous étions dans la boîte magique géante? C'est génial. Je ne m'attendais pas à ce que cette scène se reproduise dans le fort intérieur de Furina. Je devrais enfin découvrir ce qu'elle voulait me dire.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price. No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
La pauvre, elle était vraiment sur le point de nous le dire.
No, I have nothing to say.
Ah.
I am Furina, the archon of Fontaine. Everything
plus
will
fort qu'elle.
surely get better. All
Elle
you
sait plus
need
comment
to
faire.
do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
C'est terrible à quel point elle a été cassée par tout ça. Elle sait plus comment fonctionner. On dirait une horloge avec l'engrenage qui tressaute en permanence. Et elle se retrouve toute seule.
So even Furina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along.
Ah.
Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Quoi? Depuis le début, c'était une guillotine.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Oui, on a fait le pré-shot de l'histoire là.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
Vivi, tu dis plus d'archon à Fontaine, mais déjà on va voir ce qui va se passer si elle va vraiment mourir. Mais techniquement, il y a pas mal d'autres régions qui ont plus d'archon maintenant. Mondstadt, ça compte pas vraiment parce que leur archon est toujours en train de veiller sur eux, même si techniquement il a abandonné sa place. Zhongli, c'est un peu le même cas de figure, mais lui, il est encore plus en rentrée que Venti. Donc là, à voir, hein, parce que Sumeru aussi a été laissé sans archon, entre guillemets, pendant un long moment quand Naïda a été enfermée.
It was all part of your plan then, both the trial and the sentence.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia, had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia, and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
Parce que là, pour l'instant, dès qu'un archon mourait, un autre prenait sa place quasiment immédiatement, en fait. Là, elle est en train de dire qu'elle pourrait même contrer ça.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Elle a presque le même but que la tsarine pour l'instant. Renverser l'ordre divin et s'opposer à Celestia.
The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course.
Oh,
in other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
Ce serait incroyable ça par contre, hein, parce que la veine deviendrait réalité. Hein. Nouvelle, le nouvel Hydro Archon.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we?
Eh oh, tu causes meilleur par
The authority
contre.
of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
Arrêtez, il va pleuvoir dehors.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Non. Non, me faites pas ça.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Putain, c'est moi qui pleure du coup, c'est pas l'hydrodragon là.
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence. Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Nouvelle, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nouvelle. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Iudex Nouvelle, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Bon. Pleurer. Check.
But didn't you say just a moment ago that it can't be defeated?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Vous avez du pouvoir, vous avez obtenu du pouvoir, là, maintenant?
Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
Qui ça, moi?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me,
La
traveler.
constellation de Tartare.
The hour of execution has come.
Ouais, je suis prête à aller botter le cul de la grosse baleine. Non, en fait, j'ai peur, pardon. Non, 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 je regrette. Non, non, non. Ah. Oh, quelle bonne idée d'avoir Tartare en premier dans son équipe là par contre. Ah.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source.
Oh, j'ai pas envie.
We can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
J'ai pas envie. Ah.
Solidify! Can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Je me suis pas remis de tout à l'heure, je suis toujours en train de pleurer, j'ai peur, au secours, aidez-moi. Non. J'ai même pas envie d'aller l'attaquer. Je vais tourner pendant une demi-heure dans cette arène. Elle est magnifique l'arène d'ailleurs. Ah, détruire le tourbillon pour assurer... Ok, détruire le tourbillon, c'est tout ce que j'ai compris. Les tourbillons, je peux. Les baleines, moi.
All-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Non, legit, j'ai pas envie. Rien ne me fait peur dans ce jeu, sauf ça maintenant. Tartare court plus vite, non? Pourquoi Tartare court plus vite comme ça? Pourquoi j'ai un bonus? Oh. Non, 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 non. Je suis désolée, je suis né pendant une demi-heure là, mais... La musique est incroyable. J'ai peur. Pourquoi j'ai un truc au-dessus de moi? Tu crois que tu peux imiter Tarta, toi? Allez, viens. Visiteur de l'autre côté de la mer des étoiles. Ok, Star Wars. Viens voir un peu. Oh, c'était super stylé. Connasse.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Mais bordel de merde. Ah, ça y est, j'ai perdu toute ma santé mentale sur cette quête. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Mais bordel! Pourquoi? Je sais qui tu es. Je sais qui tu es, mais pourquoi?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Alors, l'apprenti, on sait qui c'est. L'animal de compagnie de votre maître?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
Est-ce qu'elle est en train de dire que Tarta est faible? Je la défonce.
So you may speak to me as equals.
Quel genre de personne prendrait un narval stellavore comme animal de compagnie?
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Qui?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Non, mais ça a l'air vachement sympa comme nom.
The Fowl?
Still nothing?
The Fowl, comme le Fowl Legacy.
How about The Visionary? Vetterfulnir then?
Rine de tir, on connaît.
Gold Rhine-Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-Daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-Daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait! Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Hyman didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you. that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling
Bah merde, je sais pas comment il a fait parce que moi j'ai juste couru et crié.
deep seas to digest.
J'ai vraiment rien fait à part paniquer. Hein.
As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Oh non. Ce n'est pas vraiment une surprise, Paimon. C'est normal après tout. Nous savions que la prophétie allait se réaliser, et nous l'avions acceptée. Cependant...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
All hands, initiate emergency rescue! Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong! The prophecy was wrong!
The prophecy was wrong.
Non mais les cinématiques de Hoyoverse, putain.
Renewed. The Spina di Rasula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rasula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a
Il est trop beau
shield
son
over the
bateau à Rayo.
Institute, which with Jurier turning
En
out
plus,
to
ils
be
volent.
a once overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second.
Finalement, il aura pas servi plus que ça, sauf à la fin, mais écoutez.
They would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Peut-être ont-ils toujours été importants, nous ne les connaissons simplement pas comme ça.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down. The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people.
Il était pas assez présent, Ryo. Bah, il est apparu au moment important quand même, mais c'est juste que son gros bateau, là, ça fait des années qu'il le construit, et bon, on l'a vu 10 secondes, il était stylé, mais il a servi à rien, son gros bateau.
Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
C'est vrai que j'aimerais en savoir plus.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress.
Charlotte, si tu viens avec moi, tu sais ce que ça veut dire. Charlotte, si tu es avec moi, tu sais ce que ça veut dire. Oh, qu'est-ce qu'on a gagné? On a gagné un truc bizarre, attendez. C'était quoi ça? Ça, qu'est-ce que c'est? L'arme parmi les étoiles, une goutte d'eau obtenue à l'intérieur de la bête colossale qui convoitait la mère primordiale de la vie. Un philosophe d'un monde ancien et lointain, a dit un jour que là où il y a la vie, il y a la mort. Et naturellement, là où est la mort, il y a la vie. Dans le cas contraire, la lumière éphémère ne pourra pas résister aux ténèbres éternelles, et tout dépérira dans le néant à la fin des temps. Oh putain, c'est très très long. Ok. Il n'y aura plus de péché, plus de tristesse et plus de larmes, car tout aura péri avec les anciennes étoiles. Et on n'a toujours pas rendu sa vision à Tarta, bordel. Vous êtes en train de me dire que là, Tarta, officiellement, on n'aura jamais de nouvelles de lui jusqu'à la prochaine quête archon? Non. Non, en fait. Non. Rendez-vous au village de Poisson. Ah, Charlotte est avec nous, c'est ça? Charlotte nous accompagne techniquement. Attendez, j'attends de l'entendre parler pour être sûr. Non mais là, je suis en quête pour Tarta, ok?
Navia! Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Est-ce que vous vous en rendez compte qu'un de vos Oh, j'arrive plus à parler, trop tard. Est-ce que vous vous rendez compte que l'un de vos exécuteurs manque ou vous en avez rien à foutre chez les Fatui?
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward. That will have to be enough.
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly neighbors?
Comme Spider-Man?
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh? You're here too, Clorian?
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
Le bouton se bat toujours, il est là, il est fort, il tient. J'y pensais, je sais
The
pas
Spina has
dire.
need of more decision makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of exciting material there, I bet.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than
J'aimerais
wasting
surtout avoir des
time
nouvelles de
persuading
Furina, là.
Florand, at any rate.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up. And smile.
Ouais, le poulpe est dans la photo, cool. Oh, elle est belle sa photo.
How did it go? Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
Trop mignon.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots.
Charlotte prend quelques photos supplémentaires du village de Poisson et interroge rapidement quelques résidents.
I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Vous étiez déjà au courant?
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Neuvillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridsley will make a personal appearance.
Non mais Neuvillette, Chlorinde, Rayo, c'est les gosses.
I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Ils se connaissent tellement
In
bien
which
entre eux.
case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything interesting. I'll treat you to afternoon tea in exchange.
Oh. Bon, attendez. Charlotte est avec nous, c'est ça? Charlotte est censée être là avec nous. On est petit combien avec ces conneries? Allez. Attendez, petit combien du 5 étoiles? Pas de beaucoup, mais je voudrais quand même savoir. 5, 6, 7, 8. Ok, très bien. Allez. Là, pour faire les choses bien. Allez, Charlotte, s'il te plaît. C'est quoi ça? Qu'est-ce qui vient de se passer, chat? Qu'est-ce qui vient de se passer? Oh pitié, clippez ça. On l'a appelée, elle est venue Pity 1 de 4 étoiles. Pity 1 de 4 étoiles, les gars. Qu'est-ce que c'est que ça? Oh bon bah écoutez, ce soir c'était la bonne soirée pour le faire alors. Je vous ai dit, il fallait attendre que Charlotte soit dans notre équipe, sinon ça marchait pas. Oh attendez, est-ce qu'on du coup on a un deuxième 4 étoiles quelque part dans la multi? Parce que là elle était Pity 1 littéralement en fait. Littéralement Pity 1 la Charlotte. En termes de 4 étoiles, hein, on s'entend, sinon elle était 9, mais... Ok, un espadon de Fabonus. Bon, bah, t'es très bien, merci alors. Voilà, allez, petit braquage en bonne et due forme, bonne journée, voilà, allez. Je suis morte. Qu'est-ce qui vient de se passer? Attendez, alors ce qu'on va faire... Voilà, je vais prendre une équipe qui a du sens. Voilà, on va prendre une équipe qui a du sens. Je vais virer... Voilà.
Oh, it's an honor to be here.
Écoutez, c'est l'équipe qui a le plus de sens là pour l'instant. Et je l'ai pas activé comme une bouffonne par contre. Voilà. Oui, j'ai eu qu'une Charlotte, heureusement. Enfin, heureusement non, j'aurais préféré en avoir 2, mais sinon c'était vraiment le braquage abusé là. Ah, voilà, petite Charlotte niveau 1. Allez, on continue. Il ne s'est rien passé, vous n'avez rien vu.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
Oui, j'aurais carrément pu faire qu'un seul vœu.
Didn't he?
Ah, elle avait envie de venir ce soir.
Of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today?
Je n'attendais rien
You've
et...
got time, right?
Well,
Comme quoi, il faut s'attendre à rien en fait.
Wow, it's like we've
Bon,
got a
on a
menu
compris
or
que vous voulez
something.
partir en date, les filles. On va vous
Sure,
laisser, ne
sure.
vous inquiétez pas.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would prefer chocolate, should you have it.
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
Putain, mais la voix de Chlorinde, elle me fait des choses. Hein.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
Mais arrêtez de flirter
I
devant
did.
nous, bordel.
It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you too.
Non mais pardon, mais c'est quoi ce flirt là? Est-ce qu'elle vient de lui proposer de l'embrasser? Qu'est-ce que... Les filles, voyons, il y a du monde. Faites ça en privé. Elles partagent leur lipstick, oui, mais pas de la façon dont tout le monde pense. Elles partagent le lipstick, mais si tu veux, elles utilisent qu'une seule fois le produit par contre. Hein. C'est... Il n'y en a qu'une des deux hein, qui l'applique. Hein. Que voulais-je dire? Oui, en fait, j'étais tellement... J'avais tellement fait la paix avec le fait que si je me faisais shaft par une Furina, c'était plus si grave parce que du coup je m'étais attaché à elle dans la quête. J'étais en mode, bon bah vas-y, une multi alors. Alors, où allons-nous du coup? Oui, je sais, j'ai une Charlotte, elle est là. Putain, par contre la pauvre, on va quand même lui mettre des trucs... Bon attendez, non on va pas la stuffer, c'est bon, ça... sinon ça va rallonger le live de 30 minutes, là je le ferai de mon côté, ce qui est drôle c'est qu'on l'ait eu. Rendez-vous à la forteresse de Méropide. Allons-y. Non, ouais, non, voilà, merci. Ça suffit les TP.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course.
All right then, this way.
Oula. Moins belle photo ça.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. I've already taken all the photos we need. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Mais oui, c'est vrai que eux, ils ont une espèce de sexual tension
But it
chelou
looks
là.
like dear Mr. Jurier denies it. Might this interview be very important to you then?
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird for...
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
La tête de notre voyageur.
If I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that loss?
T'as comment saisir une opportunité?
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before.
Ah ouais, mais là ils sont en train de stretch tout ça parce que là ce qui nous intéresse vraiment c'est de savoir comment est Furina en fait. Où est-ce qu'elle est? Et est-ce que Novillette est vraiment devenue le nouvel archon?
Ah, Sigewin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse?
Par contre, si Fossalor a utilisé son Gnosis pour rendre la puissance au dragon hydro qui est Novillette, est-ce que le Gnosis a disparu ou est-ce qu'il a été transféré dans Novillette? Parce que je vous rappelle quand même que les grands méchants entre guillemets de toute cette histoire, c'est censé être les Fatui qui sont à la recherche des Gnosis. Donc là, le Gnosis hydro, ils s'en sont pas emparés pour l'instant. Si je win, j'espère vraiment que c'est pas une 5 étoiles. Ah ouais, de fou. Ouais, de fou. Parce que déjà, on a beaucoup de petits 5 étoiles en vrai, je trouve. Enfin, en tout cas, les plus intéressants, je trouve, sont 5 étoiles. Et je sais pas, ça colle pas à sa tête, je trouve. Et puis la flemme, j'ai pas envie d'aller pull pour elle. Enfin, d'aller mettre 90 vœux sur Sigewin non plus, j'avoue. Alors que je l'adore, hein, mais.
Sure. Come on, Miss Sigewin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Bah, elle est cute, regardez-moi ça. Trop peu de 4 étoiles hydro, oui, c'est vrai, c'est vrai, c'est vrai.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Non mais c'est bottes qui remontent jusqu'à ses cuisses là, Ryo. Vous marchez avec Ray Ousley et l'informez de la situation à la surface.
Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Est-ce que quelqu'un en a quelque chose à foutre ou non, parce que le voyageur l'a littéralement vu se faire balancer dans une faille spatio-temporelle au fin fond du trou du cul du monde et il en a rien à foutre, ça me rend ouf. Ça.
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems
Vraiment, on lui crache dessus à Tarta, ça
being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Furina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed,
mais oui, d'où il
we'll
sait
leave
que Tarta
those
va
to the
bien,
folks
pas
in
du
the
tout.
overworld.
Hey everyone, the
Saoule, je suis
photo
saoulée.
shoot's done.
Bon bah je suppose que je vais utiliser mes résines pour augmenter Charlotte dans les prochains jours alors.
Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory next time. Until then. All right. Last stop, the docks.
Bah voilà, là ça fait du sens de l'avoir du coup. Oh, j'ai failli vous rater vous.
Oh, you know, I'd love to see you in one of Charlotte's photo shoots one day.
Is that really necessary? Our line of work doesn't really require much photographing.
It's precisely because we don't need the picture that they'll have value as keepsakes. You don't...
Maybe I'm just happy that I managed to once again avoid the spotlight. I think this interview went well either way.
Yes, you successfully kept prying eyes away by using Mr. Jurier and Miss Lurvine as shields. Very good.
You should be happy for them. They have a bright future ahead of them.
Vivi, je vais utiliser le bonk. Hein. Ah tiens, ils sont là eux aussi. Jurier et Lurvine.
Here are the interview notes. They mentioned that the flying ship may have many uses in the future,
Non mais un
and the
flying
journalist
ship,
asked
déjà le
me
bateau
what I
volant,
thought of
c'est
them.
trop stylé.
Seriously, how would I know anything about that? Flight is just flight. Whether people want to use a flying ship to broadcast good news or organize weddings is none of my beeswax.
A wedding? Huh.
Why are you looking at me like that?
So the flying ship can be used for weddings?
Non mais pardon, mais entre eux et les fatouilles à Liwell, là, il y a beaucoup trop de relations qui ne sont pas encore officielles.
I didn't say that. That journalist mentioned it, and what does that have to do with us anyway?
On va baver sur les deux couples là.
What does that have to do with us?
Ah, ils sont si innocents, regardez-les. Et qu'est-ce qu'il faut à Charlotte d'ailleurs pour l'augmenter? Attendez, je suis curieuse. Ah, oui, non mais alors attends, je vais t'augmenter au niveau 20 déjà. Voilà. Même 40, je crois, on peut faire 100. Voilà, 40. C'est ça, lis ton journal. On va faire une petite 40 et voir ce qu'il lui faut comme loot de boss, à vrai dire. Je ne sais même pas ce qu'il lui faut. Voilà. Ah, c'est... Ok, c'est le... Comment on appelle ça? Générateur de champ expérimental. C'est comme le truc de Ryo. Ok, bon bah j'ai pas fini de me la bouffer celle-ci alors. Hop là, merci pour le vœu. Et du coup on va peut-être pouvoir faire nos vœux de perma, non? On en avait 5 et du coup on les gardait pour avoir Charlotte, mais imaginez on a genre Mika ou Kilala. Genre la soirée hyper chanceuse. Techniquement là j'ai un 4 étoiles hein, avec 5 vœux, donc attendez, faisons ça vite fait. Là je suis pitié. Alors là c'est le vœu numéro 39 du coup. Normalement à 41 je devrais avoir un 4 étoiles. Ou alors avec la chance qu'on a c'est une arme, mais bon. Ah. Eh ouais. Eh, le mouvement vagabond en vrai je râle pas trop parce que je crois que j'en avais que 1 ou 2 jusque là. Mais bon, tant pis. Attendez, je rentre ça dans ma base de données. Voilà, mouvement vagabond. Bon allez, 3 petits vœux gratuits. Ça va être de la merde. 1. 2 de la merde. Voilà. Et 3. Petit 43 donc, très bien. Bon. Ouais, mouvement vagabond, si je vous dis pas de bêtises. J'en ai pas tant que ça, il me semble. J'en ai un sur Scara, qui est là. Il me semble que j'en ai eu un il y a pas très longtemps. Voilà, c'est ça, j'en ai 3 en fait, si on compte celui sur Scara qui est déjà utilisé. Ceux que j'ai beaucoup en fait, c'est soit les mémoires des rituels, soit les codes de Favonius. J'en ai beaucoup trop, les codes de Favonius, et j'en peux plus. Alors que le mouvement vagabond est quand même extrêmement bon hein, comme livre. Tandis que le mémoire des rituels, bon, c'est maîtrise élémentaire, bof. Ok, très bien. Ceci étant fait, pourquoi j'ai toujours une alerte de personnage? Oui, bah c'est bon, j'ai vu que j'avais Charlotte. Voilà, de chez moi. Alors, allons au port. Où est-ce que c'est? Il est où mon objectif? Ah oui, ok, il est tout en bas. On va vraiment pouvoir faire des échanges. J'ai 3 tonnes de mouvements vagabonds et que 1 de chaque des autres. Tout à l'heure, en parlant de ça. En parlant de ça, on a combien de personnages hydro 5 étoiles là? Hop là, hydro. Ah merde. Hydro, voilà, confirmer le filtre. Ah oui, alors hormis les 4 là qui sont de mon équipe, ouais, c'est vrai que c'est beaucoup de 5 étoiles. Là. Les 3 étoiles, on en a que 3. Ah ouais. Moi j'avoue que les hydro me manquent pas trop, comme vous pouvez le voir. Donc là, j'avais pas forcément besoin de Furina, c'est clair. Il y a Nouvelle qui est là aussi, du coup. 1, 2, 3, bah pas le voyageur du coup, donc 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ouais j'en ai 6 déjà. C'est pour ça que Furina ne m'intéressait pas jusque là en tant que personnage méta on va dire. Voilà, je vais juste récupérer ça, voilà merci. Allons-y. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on va au port? J'ai même pas suivi. Est-ce que quelqu'un nous y attend en bas? Attention. Oui, j'ouvre pas mes ailes. Si je dois mourir, je mourrai. Je vais mourir. Bienvenue dans l'équipe, Charlotte. Ah.
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Would you like a magic pocket? What sort of gadget is it? It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you. Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that. You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Oh.
Is this what you meant by I'll
Le
help you
truc
make
pas du
some
tout
more
subtil.
friends?
C'est vraiment
To
le
be
truc de grande
honest, that
sœur.
sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Eh, ça marche.
Sure. Please, write down my address.
You sure are working hard to help Fremine socialize.
C'est trop mignon.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
C'est une très bonne idée.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
Je les aime bien, ces trois frères et
that
sœurs.
Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler?
Ça va.
Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events.
Elle est où, elle,
She's
d'ailleurs?
very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Non.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
J'en ai marre que les fatouilles
I was
arrivent
quite
toujours à leur
surprised at
fin.
first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
That's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
Quoi?
So there's some reason for this that only Neuvillette knows about?
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the fortress of Meripede a while back.
Comment ça, l'entrée? Elle est sous l'eau, l'entrée.
Real busy and stuff. Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right?
Oui, merci Paimon de poser les
They
bonnes
say
questions.
that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
Mais quoi? Mais quoi? Ça n'a aucun sens. Elle l'a jeté où, Skirk, quand elle l'a balancé comme ça, Child, elle l'a genre ramené à la surface? Par contre, apparemment, il est pas en bonne santé. Non. Je suppose que je peux le qualifier de compagnon d'armes maintenant. Mais Heather, nique ta race. J'en ai marre qu'on crache sur ce personnage.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Father!
Well, well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please
Merci de
do not
rattraper
pay
ma
my
mâchoire, chat.
accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the Gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done.
C'est pour ça que tu es dangereuse, Arlecchino. Vous ne changerez pas de position?
Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners.
Oh, au fait, pourriez-vous nous aider à remettre ceci? Oh, non.
A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
Ça me rend un peu ouf, hein. Ça me rend vraiment ouf que...
Huh? You're...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
Ça me rend un peu ouf qu'il l'ait authentisé, qu'ils aient montré qu'il avait une telle importance dans la quête. Et à la fin, tout le monde lui crache à la gueule quand on peut même pas le revoir. Il est pas respecté, personne lui dit merci, personne lui dit merde. Je suis désolée, hein, ça va être mon côté amoureuse de Tarta là, qui va parler, mais ça me gave un peu qu'il fasse un peu tout le temps ça avec ce personnage. Déjà, à Liyue, il lui avait bien craché à la gueule avec toute cette histoire avec Signora, Zhongli et tout. Il a intérêt à refaire une entrée du futur d'ici peu. Ouais, parce que même à Inazuma et tout, enfin, ça me saoule qu'il soit pas respecté ce perso, vraiment.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
J'ai pas autant d'espoir que toi, Vivian.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Le déni, c'est bon.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This will be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Bah, c'est... Laissez-nous dans notre scène. Ok, bon, allons chercher Nouvelle. On a vu Arlecchino, du coup j'étais en train de me dire, bon, ça va, la quête archon va sûrement se terminer avec Arlecchino et Nouvelle, parce que vous savez que les quêtes archon, il y a toujours une grande discussion à la fin. On leur demande, ouais, au fait, la prochaine région, machin. Donc là, je pense que c'est Nouvelle qui va nous apporter des réponses sur Natlan. Et ça, par contre, j'ai très hâte. Parce que Natlan, c'est vraiment the région où on n'a pas d'informations. J'ai trop envie. En plus, Natlan m'intrigue vraiment. Autant Fontaine, j'étais intriguée en mode ouais, ça va être sur la France, enfin ça va être un peu le clin d'œil à la France et tout, c'est rigolo. Mais en termes de lore et tout ça, j'étais en mode bon, j'en attendais pas grand chose. Autant Natlan, je sais pas pourquoi, mais ça m'intéresse de ouf. L'archon, j'ai envie de savoir si c'est un mec ou une meuf aussi. J'aimerais beaucoup que ce soit un mec adulte, avec un modèle type Ito et tout ça, genre vraiment un grand mec, pas un zombie qui est une vraie nouille. Donc beaucoup de questions sur Natlan, on a tellement peu d'éléments. À cause de Capitano peut-être aussi. Putain, j'avais oublié, mais Capitano aussi, c'est vrai. Il y a des rumeurs qui disent que le fatouille de Natlan, c'était Capitano. Oh, j'avais oublié ça, mais bien sûr que oui. Pitié, dites-moi que Child aura un rôle du coup.
So, you really are here, Nouvelle. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour of the day.
La musique est trop mimes.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Patrick's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Nouvelle soupire doucement avant de vous dire la vérité sur ce qu'il a vu ce jour-là. Face alors à tromper l'ordre divin et à utiliser l'interminable performance de Furina pour sauver Fontaine.
So that's what happened?
Je ne connaissais que la partie concernant Furina.
Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign.
Oui.
But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Vous savez que pour moi ça fait toujours aucun sens que l'eau soit montée aussi haut à Fontaine, sachant que Fontaine est un îlot surélevé par rapport à Teyvat. Genre, si Fontaine était sous l'eau, ça veut dire que tout Teyvat était sous l'eau. Ça ne fait aucun sens pour moi, vraiment, je n'en démords pas.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone.
On pourrait donc dire que c'est à ce moment-là que les Fontainois sont vraiment nés.
Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too.
Attendez, je pense que je suis fatiguée, j'ai pas compris, mais... Pourquoi, du coup, ils ont pas été dissous, c'était pas vraiment de l'eau, c'est ça? Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait, le Villette? J'ai pas compris.
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Ah, les fameuses questions.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
D'accord. Alors, premier verdict prononcé pour Tarta, à propos de l'avenir de Fontaine, à propos du gnosis de Fontaine, à propos de la prochaine étape de mon voyage. Oh, on va faire ça dans l'ordre. On va faire ça tranquillement dans l'ordre, en commençant par Tarta, pour mon plus grand bonheur. À propos du premier verdict prononcé pour Tartaglia.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal.
De base, ils avaient de l'eau primordiale dans les veines. Au contact de l'eau primordiale, ils le redevenaient donc océanide. Il a remplacé l'eau dans leurs veines par du vrai sang et pouf. Ah! Il peut faire ça? Genre, avoir la maîtrise de l'élément hydro, c'est lié avec pouvoir faire du sang? Bon, pourquoi pas, d'accord. Bon, bah c'est stylé, du coup, ce sont devenus des humains à part entière. Ok, merci de la clarification. De Villette, là, vraiment, t'as pas idée. Ouais, non, mais
But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability.
Putain, mais Tarta, c'est toujours le dommage collatéral fois 1000, quoi. Genre, c'est la quête de Liyue all over again. En effet, à 80% d'eau, en vrai. Oui, non, mais d'accord, mais du coup, qu'est-ce que tu fais des 20% restants? C'est-à-dire qu'il fallait qu'il puisse maîtriser autre chose que de l'eau, là.
As for the judgment passed by the oratries during
C'est pas
the
de l'eau, le
trial,
sang.
whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalors deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalors had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah! Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like this ritual won't be of any further use, but it'll probably live on as a local custom.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Non mais, vous inquiétez pas, chat. J'ai une réponse à toute épreuve pour les plot holes comme ça. Quand il y a une incohérence, vous avez qu'un truc à vous dire et tout sera beaucoup plus simple. Ta gueule, c'est magique. Voilà, hein, on va rester là-dessus. À propos de l'avenir de Fontaine.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me
Ça, c'est
before
inquiétant,
leaving the
par
Opera
contre.
House. I related Focalors' words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest. Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
La pauvre.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel.
Elle a
In
été
truth, I am somewhat happy
jetée
for
comme
her.
une vieille chaussette.
The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalors the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
J'espère que personne va venir l'emmerder, genre le peuple qui sont en colère contre elle parce qu'elle s'est fait passer pour l'Archon pendant des années. Je le vois venir gros comme une maison, j'espère que non en vrai. En tout cas, si on revoit pas Furina avant la fin de la quête Archon, là je suppose qu'on aura des réponses de ce qu'elle devient dans sa quête personnage.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalors passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter
Ça veut
will
dire que tu pourras
directly
plus dire
affect
The
our
Oratrice
trials.
mécanique d'analyse
After much
cardinale.
careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall
Et
coexist
là,
within
il
my
est encore
person.
plus overbooké que
Additionally,
d'habitude, du
the
coup,
Hydro
Villette
Archon's
maintenant.
departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete
Eh, mais
substitute.
il est devenu plus
Another
qu'un dieu là,
reason why I
Villette, la
cannot
vache.
quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Hmm.
This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
À propos du gnosis de Fontaine.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, The two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis.
Nouvelle, il éternue, il crée des gens. J'espère que ça se passe vraiment comme ça.
Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine.
C'est-à-dire que Nouvelle est tellement puissant en tant que dragon suprême, là, que il est plus puissant qu'un Gnosis, en fait.
If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
Oui, c'est une façon de voir les choses, je suppose.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
C'est certainement une façon de voir les choses, mais je ne suis pas d'accord avec ça. À propos de la prochaine étape de mon voyage, dis-nous en plus.
You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume.
Oui.
I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Ça m'intéresse énormément, ça. Quoi?
You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity.
Oh my god.
Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that I believe may be useful to you. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
Oh, je suis désolée pour vos oreilles. Attendez, je fais une capture d'écran.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Attends, est-ce que tu peux me redire quelque chose, s'il te
I'm
plaît?
afraid that I have little talent. As far as I'm aware...
Attends, j'ai besoin de réentendre quelque chose, Nouvelle,
unlike
vas-y.
ancient Natlan is also... There is one other piece. The harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war. I suggest that you fully prepare... Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I have investigated his case, but whether it be by... As for the judgment passed, whether it was...
Je fais la même, je vais faire répéter la même. Bon, attendez, je fais de la merde, du coup il est en train de me raconter sa vie là.
In truth, even those Oceanic...
Oui.
Ask away.
On sait,
I will tell you the truth as I know.
Eh bien du coup je n'ai plus d'autres questions.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Skirk, j'ai un bad feeling avec elle. De toute façon, elle m'a pas fait une bonne première impression. Qu'est-ce qu'elle veut la Skirk? Capitaine Skirk là.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nouvelle?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Notre voyageur?
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know.
Donc, le voyageur et sa sœur ne sont pas les premiers à avoir atterri à Teyvat.
If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't
c'est
I?
ça, fais ça.
He can be the messenger
Je suis trop
then.
salty. Je suis trop salty, j'en ai trop marre qu'on le prenne pour la boniche. Ah, c'est Tarta Defender ici. Hein.
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
Mais par contre, si les restes d'un descendeur sont un gnosis, ça veut dire que notre voyageur a le pouvoir d'un archon en lui?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here.
Ok, je comprends ta vision du coup. Un descendeur, elle en a mentionné un. Je suis le 4e descendeur. Pour moi, ça veut dire deux choses. D'une part que le gnosis est lié au descendeur, et d'autre part que mon prédécesseur est décédé.
I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Donc, attends. Un descendeur peut utiliser tous les éléments. Ça veut dire que quand ce descendeur meurt, tous ces éléments-là se fragmentent en 7 gnosis distincts. Ça veut dire que quand Heather va mourir, il y aura une nouvelle génération d'archons qui va se créer?
I wonder. Does your body also possess similar properties?
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy. Comparing the Traveler to the dead third descender and all.
Ne t'en fais pas, je ne vais pas mourir aussi facilement.
That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
Ah,
Or
pitié,
go look
oui,
for his
arrête.
master and get the answers
J'espère
that
que
way.
là, ils n'arrêtent pas de le mentionner. Franchement, entre Skirk qui dit qu'elle va envoyer son apprenti et nous qui avons plein de questions, j'espère vraiment qu'ils vont nous faire revenir Tarta et qu'ils vont nous donner une vraie explication sur tout ce qui s'est passé pour lui pendant cette quête.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will.
Comprenez-vous la volonté divine?
I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Mascarade des coupables. Quête terminée. Oh, ça y est, on a fait la quête archon. Et on a gagné effectivement notre constellation. On peut lui reparler pour lui reposer des questions. Ah, ok. Non, c'est bon. Je ne vais pas remettre... Ah, il a dit quoi? Je vous propose de vous préparer pour Natlan, c'est ça? Ok, non, pas encore capitaine. J'hésitais à la faire. Bon, la vache, il s'en est passé des trucs. Hein. Cette quête était incroyable. Mais de toute façon, les fins de quête, dans les quêtes archon, là, depuis Sumeru, en vrai, je trouve... Ah, ça brûle vraiment. Je croyais que c'était des fausses flammes. Bon, bah écoutez, voilà, petit sacrifice, désolé Charlotte. Oh non, attendez, vous savez quoi, voilà, Nouvellette a beaucoup plus de PV, ça va durer plus longtemps. Incroyable cette quête, vraiment, encore une fois, Oyoverse s'est surpassé. Je viens de finir la quête que tu vas commencer, bonne chance à toi. La quête que je viens de commencer? Comment ça? Là on va arrêter le live, hein, mon très cher Hydro. Mais ouais, on a fini la quête archon par contre. Mais oui, je fais un petit sacrifice, hein, écoutez, ça me permet de faire mon outro le temps que Nouvellette meurt tranquillou. Mais ouais, je pense que après en perso, je vais me faire la quête de Furina du coup, parce que là, on est bien d'accord qu'on en a fini avec les quêtes. Ouais, on en a fini avec les quêtes archon. Bon, bah du coup, normalement, prochaine quête archon, ça va être à Natlan. Hein. Là, ils vont nous servir plein de mises à jour avec plein de petites quêtes secondaires comme ils aiment bien nous faire, genre Jet, tout ça, les quêtes dans le désert qu'on avait eu. Je pense qu'ils vont nous fournir ça sur toutes les nouvelles zones. Mais moi j'ai vraiment très kiffé celle-ci, hein. Franchement elle était incroyable cette quête, mais comme d'habitude, je sais que je me répète, mais en fait c'est les scénarios, plus ça va, plus Genshin et plus Oyoverse nous sauce avec ça, c'est hyper satisfaisant. Sûrement on en aura une ou deux hors sujet comme Caribert et celle avec Scara pour Sumeru. Oui exact, c'est vrai qu'on a des petits trucs comme ça aussi de temps en temps. Attendez, je me gagne du temps parce que Nouvellette est en train de mourir trop vite. Le pauvre. En plus, il y a son doppelganger là-bas qui est en train de le regarder mourir un petit peu. C'est terrible un peu. C'est un genre de torture psychologique. Écoutez, il est tard. Je vous fais des bisous. Je vous remercie d'avoir suivi ce live. Pensez au petit follow si jamais vous êtes là en silence et que vous avez apprécié le live. Nouvelle, j'essaye de faire une note pro en fait. Non, tu te tais. Je vous laisse sur Nouvelle qui est en train de se vider de sa vie, le pauvre, il y va doucement mais sûrement. Je vous fais des bisous, merci beaucoup d'avoir regardé, j'ai hyper apprécié, je vais aller faire dodo parce que j'ai des trucs à faire demain et je suis fatiguée. Zongli 2.0, ouais c'est vrai, et encore il est à 28 000 PV mon Nouvellette, ça va. Ça va, si j'avais pris Zongli vraiment on était là encore jusqu'à demain soir je pense, j'aurais pu relancer un live demain et Zongli aurait pas été mort. Allez, bisous tout le monde, je vous laisse sur Nouvellette qui meurt. Vous savez quoi, je coupe le live une fois que Nouvellette sera mort. Allez, des bisous, dormez bien.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling.
I see the temperate waters of eons past.